Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube, Instagram, X, TikTok, all the rest. Let's get into it. Okay. Not a whole bunch of movement in pre-market. With a 5 at 683.24 ish. Where is it? Let them. The 20 at 89.14. Let's see where they grab the liquidity from. Let's wait to see what they do inside this lick box here. Before we begin, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. Once you're done reading that, go to that website, lifespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted. So first, we want to see if they're going to grab liquidity from the 5 and test 85.44. Let's see if that happens. Let's let this side chop figure itself out. Let's see if we keep making these wicks. Any reasonable put is going to have to be underneath the 5. You don't want to see something like this. Yeah, let them figure out what's going to happen in this range right. Hold on. Let them figure out what they want to do in here. They got to grab liquidity from somewhere. So this might be the liquidity grab here for the push up, or if they want to push it down, we have to go underneath, retest, and reject. So let's see how they react to either 85.44 or 83.07. It's a quite of a, it's a 2-point spread, but we need to at least do that so we can get the data we need, or else we're still just stuck in here. And then once we get up to these levels, then we'll reassess. We'll see where we're at. But let me do some work really quick. All right, we're waiting for an entry. We gotta wait for the break, retest, and the reject of the 5. Or at least 83.07. Wait for that to happen. We want to protect against a liquidity grab. So we need to get firmly underneath the 5. Firmly underneath the 5, retest the 5, and then reject underneath the 5. We got to wait for all that to happen. At this stage in the game, we're gathering our data. We don't have to be in every single leg of every single move. It gets much easier once we gather data. Some people are kind of impatient when it comes to that. And I get impatient myself, but patience is the key here, because as much data, the more data we get, the easier it is. So this will also give us, if they want to grab liquidity from the 5 here and push up, it'll give us a chance to test this purple. check the higher time frames? Oh, okay. Well, let's see where this 5 minute closes. On our 5 minute chart, we want to be either like this or like this. You have to be a member to get access to the 5 minute chart. So now we're going to get a chance to test this purple. Now, there's nothing really to do inside this box. There's nothing really to do. We gotta wait and get some confirmation. If they did want to head up, let's say here. So we're gonna have to wait for all that to happen. While we're still inside here, while we're still in this range here, this is a scalp, right? You can only ask for until 85.44 because that's the next key level. If we get underneath the 5, retest it and reject it, then maybe let it run a little bit. But it has to be convincing, like a nice, you know, it's hard to say, right? I don't know the amount, but when you see it, you know it. So let's see if we stay inside this purple. I'm gonna clean the chart up just a bit. A lot of volatility here. It's difficult to trade in here, so just be patient today. Looks very similar to the pattern we had yesterday. Very similar. So for Discord, there's nothing to do inside here, okay? This 1 minute chart is for everybody else. You guys have access to this. Just wait for this right here. We're below the water on the 5. below the water on the 30, below the water on the 1. All right, so let's test it and see if we get to 80. What is it? 85.44. Or let's see if they play this out right here. It's going to be sketchy inside this box, Discord, so just be patient. You see the volatility, you see the environment we're in. See a lot of wicks. See a lot of wicks in the bottom here. They're still holding inside this magenta, so we'll keep it. We'll keep it. They may have a secondary right here. Whichever direction, whenever they pop, it's gonna move. You're not gonna be late. Whenever it pops, it's gonna move and you're not gonna be late. But the only thing you have to worry about is your stop loss, right? Because you see the engulfing candles. You're gonna have to worry that you put a stop that's too tight, they grab it and then they continue on. Got a minute on this candle. Look at all this resistance right here at what is this? 84.61. Plenty of resistance right here. They gotta break this. Okay, right to the target almost. Oh, we'll see if it gets there before I put the mascot up. We'll see if it gets up here. Even though, technically, even if you would have got the worst possible fill here in profit, but gotta wait till we get above here. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. All right, Discord, go ahead and protect that trade. There we go. Look at this. Oh my goodness. It's almost like we knew exactly what was going to happen. It's almost like magic. All right, just protect your trade now, okay? You can't lose from here. You stick to your strategy, whichever one you like. Go ahead and stick to that. If you want to take key level, take at key level. There's nothing wrong with that. If you want to wait for one to finish off, wait for one, but you should at least have your trade protected, right? How much do we make? Or let me not say that, but let's say 84.08, because remember it needed to come up here, retest down here before the break of this purple. So we're gonna go, I guess you can go over here, 84.06. This is good money right here. This is good money. So now you just follow your strategy. You can't lose from here. You see? See what I'm saying? I got y'all. I got y'all. No big deal. It's almost too easy. Just don't overstay your welcome, right? Start adjusting your stops. Now remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and the affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. Once you're done reading that, go to that website, livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted. You'll be all right. You will be all right. And I have the record to prove it. And I have a mascot. Look at this guy. So now we need to see if this is going to form some type of support at, what is this? 85.44. Let's see if they form support here, or at least stay inside this, this magenta. Let me clean up the chart. Now we got to see if they're gonna weak bear cycle here. From this point here, your safety puts have to be underneath the 5. There's just no other way around it. Safety, quote unquote safety. It's gonna have to be. That hasn't changed, right? That's not gonna change. All right, let them fight for 85-44. They want this area. Alright, now, if you have runners, I recommend you start moving everything up to 85-44 now. Or at least close to it. Start chasing the trade now, right? There we go. That's what we wanted. Don't overstay your welcome. You'll be fine. I told you they're going to turn around and try to smack you in the face before they continue. I told you, look at the environment we're in. They're going to make it uncomfortable. They're going to try to grab your stop. So if you're comfortable in taking on key level, take on key level. If you're comfortable on exit strategy 1, you're technically still in exit strategy 1. They made it painful though. They made it painful. But either way, the exit strategies are the exit strategies. It is what it is. So if you're able to capitalize on it, great. If not, it's going to take you a little bit of time. It's going to take you a little bit of time. 85.44. This is an important level here. Actually, they're playing around, but from here, from the entry, now is when exit strategy 1 is looking like it's run its course. Now, if you got the stomach to handle 2 and 3, that's on you. It's gonna take experience. Me, I don't have that type of stomach. I take my profit because we can always get back in. If it gets back below this area right here, I'll draw it out. Hold on. This right here. If we get back inside this area, you don't want to get involved in here. You want to wait for the break and retest of this 5. All right, Discord, you should be using the 5-minute chart. We're going to be in this magenta until we're not. Now Discord, if you took the break of this magenta here, you have to watch out. You have to measure risk to reward because the 5's right here. So our safety for the 5 is going to be underneath. Safety, quote unquote. We got 2 minutes on this candle. All right, Discord, if you took the break of this magenta, remember, you have to chase this, okay? Because the 5 is right here. So don't overstay your welcome on the break of this magenta. You don't have to be a hero. We can scalp our way to victory. $3 holler at a time. Got a minute on this candle. If we get underneath the 5, then we'll let it run a little bit. But as of now, we're still fighting this up, right? So you gotta chase it. If you're in puts on the break of this, you have to chase this. All right, about to open up a new candle. If you didn't take any trades yet and you're waiting for this liquidity box, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. So this is all scalp stuff, right? In here, it's scalp. So we want to see if they're going to give us one of these. Oh wait, why'd I do that? You know, it'd be ideal if we get, what is this, 85.44 to beat support. We want this right here. So our best bet is going to be to wait for the break, the retest, and the reject off of this area. We want to break, retest it, and reject it. We had a break, a retest, failure. If you're waiting for that, there's nothing wrong with that. Inside here, you're scalping. Once they break it and they do the thing, the break retest, it's going to move. This is a lot of liquidity built up. It's going to move. You're not going to be late. If you're waiting for this, wait for that. The break, the retest, and the reject. Or the break, the retest, and the reject. Whichever one. But if you're in here, you're playing the game, it's going to be rough in here. Look, when this happens, you'll know exactly when. If this happens, you'll know exactly when. Otherwise, you don't want to get here. Watch. Let me show you. If this doesn't happen, and if this doesn't happen, then we're just stuck in chop. So there's no trade in here. So one of these things has to happen. It's going to happen. How you play it, that's on you. I'm telling you right now, one of these paths is going to happen. It is. And if it doesn't, then guess what? We got lucky because we're not stuck in here. So there's no more stress from here on. There's no more stress. We don't have to worry. One of these things is going to happen. I'm telling you. That's why I always tell you, you know, me personally, I like take profit on key level because I know where it should go. So, you know, take profit. We can always get back in. If it continues, we can always get back in. We know exactly what it needs to look like. And it, you know, I'm telling you, one of these things is going to happen. It's going to move and you're not going to be late. Now, the only issue is they might turn around, smack you in the face and keep going. That's the only thing you have to worry about is your stop loss. $85.44 needs to be some type of support, or the 5 needs to be resistance. Either one. Either one. So there's no stress here. There's none. They're blurring the lines between liquidity boxes. They're really blurring the lines. So this is just steer clear. I'm not a fan of the bleed over. I'm not a fan of this, how it's bleeding over. So, you see the environment? I don't even need to tell you. Look at the environment. Every other candle's engulfing candle. If you were able to hold for this weak bear, you are a champion. Yeah, there's nothing really to do in here. Nothing to do in here. They're gonna tell us which one, but until we get it needs to look like the way we want it to look like, right? We want it to break it, which this one, this wick worked out actually perfect. We want it to break it, retest it, and reject off of it, right? We had the break, the retest, but the fail. So that means we're still waiting for this thing to happen. That's all. No big deal. So hopefully the Discord sees why it's important that we use the 5-minute chart. We have to guide off the 5-minute chart. This is for everybody else. Look at this volatility. Look at this in here. All right, so we broke this box. We created this box. Now we're gonna retest this box, and they're gonna see, do we like this one? Or are they gonna reject off it? This is what it normally is, how it should be. But look at this volatility. Look at this volatility. They're gonna tell us. Because essentially what we're looking for is if we have that, and that. So if you took this magenta, you got to protect your trade because the 5 is right here. This is still scalp territory. If we get under, maybe let it run a little bit. I'm gonna clean up the chart just a bit. All right, if you took the magenta, don't overstay your welcome. We're back at market open. If you didn't take any trades, good on you. You didn't miss out on anything. We're right back at market open. Still inside this liquidity box. Nothing's changed for the puts and nothing's changed for the put scenario. It still has to do this. Same thing for the call scenario. Nothing's changed. Same thing. Let them figure out what's going on in here. We don't need to worry about it. If you do take trades, just chase them. While we're inside here, if you're taking trades, you got to chase it. So if it breaks a thing, I recommend just go to key level. If it goes on from there, then it goes on from there. We can always get back in. But at least take your profit, take money. Or don't go negative. That's what I recommend. Don't go negative in here. Don't allow it to go against you. It costs you nothing to get back in. Or maybe fees, I guess. Let's see if they make it support. If they make, what is this? 85.44. Let's see if they make it support. Got 3 minutes on this candle. Here, I'm gonna explain it really quick, okay? We want to see if we're gonna form, well, you're in the Discord. So you need, what we're waiting for in the Discord, here, it's a little hectic in here. Let me see if I can clean it. We want the price to break this liquidity box. We want it to retest, so break, retest it. Let me see if I can zoom in just a bit. Maybe a little clearer. We want it to break it, retest it, and reject off of this level. If you're in the Discord, this is what we're waiting for. The break, the retest, and the reject off of this level. Right here. For calls, right? And for puts, the opposite. We want it to break, retest, and reject. Here's an example of a failed break and retest, right? So it broke, it retested, but it failed. We need to see a break, a retest, and a reject. So we have, all right, so here's the retest. We saw, oh, they just started a new candle. So now let's see if they reject. And then if it fails again, that means that, you know, I already have the blue highlighted, so we know what that means. Because if it fails again, then it may be like that we're looking at, watch. Right? We may be doing this. So that's why it's important that we get the retest and the reject. Because if it keeps failing, that means we're just getting lower lows, lower lows. Got about 4 minutes on this candle. Now look, this environment right here, this is not a pleasant environment. So this might not be the day. Not every day is a trading day. Look at this environment here. This is tough. This is very tough. Very tough to trade in. Because every other candle is an engulfing candle. So it's very hard to trade this. Understand the environment we're in. Not every day is a trading day. We don't always have to be in a trade. You're not missing anything. you're not missing anything, right? You're going to get the home runs. The home runs will come. Major resistance at 85, 85. The home runs are going to come. Major resistance at 85, 85. This is their 5th attempt trying to break 85, 85. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, they tried 5 times to break 85, 85. I'm here, I'm just being quiet, waiting along with you, waiting to see what's going to happen. Can't break 85, 85. It needs to break 85, 85. Needs to break 85, 85. Come on. 585. Come on. Two and a half minutes on the candle. A little bit more. A little bit more. They don't want to break 85.85. Come on. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. They're in this little tiny zone right here. I really needed to break 85.85. This one got me. This candle got me right here. I entered somewhere over here and it got me. All right, I'm not gonna play inside here anymore. I learned my lesson not to play in here. Eesh. That one got me. I'm glad I played it tight. Because even if this does go up, there's no way I would have survived this drawdown. Or I wouldn't have wanted to, so. This one got me. All right, we gotta wait for the next setup now. Gotta wait for the next one. Let's see if we can make a quick buck. This is definitely here. It's the secondary liquidity wedge. Okay, everyone sees it, so now we just gotta wait for the setup. It's gonna happen. Look, we want to see here. Let me clean all this up. This is what we're hoping for. If this blue breaks, you got to measure risk to reward. Hold on. You got to measure risk to reward from blue to the 5. Now I got to get my money back. Seconds on this candle. 30 seconds. We just gotta wait for the setup. One of them's gonna happen. One of them's gonna happen. We just gotta wait for it. So you see where the best entry for calls is on the bottom of this blue, blue, blue. Your best entry for puts, top of this green. Top of this green. Even if this were to go up and shoot off into space, there's no way I would have been comfortable with this type of drawdown. There's just no way. Me personally, I played it nice and tight, so I didn't overextend, so we can live to fight another day. So let's see if we're gonna fight now. Okay. This is tough price action. If you're gonna get chopped up, this is the day to get chopped. So let's be, now we gotta be patient. We see the environment we're in. Let's just be patient here. Let them do whatever they need to do. Once we get a direction, we'll jump on the wave. Remember this 85, what is this? 85.85 is heavy resistance right here. Heavy resistance. This is gonna be one. They tried 6 times to break 85.85. So we need to make 85.85 support. We don't want to get caught in a stop hunt just because it breaks green and then they grab liquidity off 85.85. So we want it to be a break of green right at 85.85. But let them keep doing this. We already know what's gonna happen. We don't know, but high probability on what's gonna happen next, right? We just gotta let whatever's gonna happen, let it happen. Look, if you took calls on blue and then puts on green, you'd be all right. This is the same pattern. Now we got the pattern. Let them play it out. Everyone sees it, right? No, today, this is the chop day. Look at this. No one can trade in this. No one can trade in this. You can't win every day. Not a thing. As long as you don't over leverage, we're gonna be fine. Just gotta live to fight another day. Look, I got chopped up right in here. 85.85 is major resistance. They don't want to break that. We already see the pattern. Our best bet is to wait until the pattern breaks. That's our best bet. So luckily over here this morning, when we got this one, you know, we had a little bit of cushion. So this one, as long as you don't over leverage, you'll be fine. But we're still green because I didn't over leverage here. I took my, you know, got a good amount over here. We're still green, but I want my money back. Same pattern, let them do it. We already figured it out. Just let them do it. Look at these engulfing candles. Every other one's engulfing. This is... Look, if you're looking for safety, it's underneath the 5. It's underneath the 5 for puts. On a firm break and retest. About 3.5 on this candle. Look at this. Look at this. This is difficult. This is difficult. Okay. I told you I was gonna get my money back. I told you I was gonna get my money back. There it is. Boom. No stress. I wasn't worried. I was not worried. Don't care what happens from here. Two minutes on this candle. It's a tough environment. If you want safety, wait for underneath the 5. A little more would be nice. A little bit more. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. My first set, I got all of it. My second set got taken out for just above profit. I'm not, yeah. You can't. The safety is going to be underneath the 5. All right, let's see what they want to do. Let's see if we need to get back in. But from blue, let's see what we had. From blue, let's say 84.53 down to 83.91. This good money. This good money. I was chasing this, so I got stopped out probably a little bit before then. But I had a couple extra contracts on there. We recovered from whatever the loss was here, and then I got taken out for break even, or a little bit above break even on the runners. Okay. On the 5-minute chart, we're still inside of inside blue. Still inside blue on the 5-minute chart. It didn't close outside of blue. So let's see what they got. Now they have my attention. But this wick, I don't like this wick. Four minutes on this candle. Okay, let's see what they got. Let's see what they got. Okay. This is extremely tough. This is extremely tough. You got to be in and out. If you're playing inside here, you got to be in and out. Take the money and leave. Now, if we get underneath the 5, let it go a little bit. Two and a half minutes on the candle. One minute on this candle. Let's see if they close below. On the 11:05 candle, they pushed it right back up, right inside our blue again. We need to close below, at least close outside of this. Ideally, this here. see if they close this cup here like this for puts. Jeez, for calls it still looks like they might be building a flag. That's the only thing we got. It's the only structure we got here. Want some safety? There's nothing really to do inside this liquidity box. All right, let's see what they got. Now remember, we want, what is this, 85.85 to be support. We still want it to do this, right? It needs to be support. This is really tough day to trade in. Really tough day. Look at this, all this. This is. And now we're coming up on lunchtime over there. The 5-minute chart's still holding up, right? They're still inside of our blue. They never broke the blue. They pushed it down, but they immediately pushed it right back inside the blue. So yeah, guide off the 5-minute chart for sure. I'm here, I'm just being quiet. 7th attempt at 85.85. 7 times they've been knocking on this door. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is number 7. 7th time they've knocked on 85.85. We gotta break this level. What is it? 3.5 minutes on this candle. I'm gonna clean it up just a little bit so we can see a little bit better. I'm here, I'm just being quiet, I'm focusing. I'm still here, I'm just paying attention. Yeah, they're not gonna get me again. I'll wait. They're not getting me again. Still have 1:50 on this candle. About a minute on this candle. All right, come on. $85.85's up here on the 5. $85.85 must be their line in the sand. They don't want to break it. Looks like it may have closed a little bit outside, but probably nothing convincing. It's got to be whatever's on the screen. Green or red. That's that. Yeah, it has to be. I'm gonna mark out high a day. That's another level we're gonna have to worry about. Three minutes on this candle. I'm gonna draw the setups again, just so everyone's clear. We want to be above. We need to do something like this. We need to make this support. That's for the call side. For the put side, it hasn't changed, right? It's underneath the 5. Nothing's changed on the put side. The call side, 85 seems to be their line in the sand. And we're gonna have resistance at 86.20. Above that, then we'll let it run. So we have higher high, higher high, higher high, and then equal low, equal low. So we need to make another low. Well, looks like blue's finally gonna break. Looks like blue finally broke. What is this? 85, 84.20. Okay. Finally, the blue broke. Finally. All right, Discord. So if you took the break of this blue, right? You got to chase this. Don't overstay your welcome here. This is from 85 down to, all right. Okay. Discord, do you see why we use the 5-minute chart? This is why we use the 5-minute chart. This is why it's important to wait for the candles to close right here. You see it? This is why it's important to wait for it to close. Now, if you're in here, you know you're scalping. You gotta get what you can get. When we get underneath the 5, let it go. This one took me out. Dang. see if I get back in. I got filled somewhere probably on the bottom here. This one just took me out. It's a rough day. It's a rough day. All right, but look, but we do have a little more clarity. Watch. Watch. Even this drawdown here, I wouldn't have been comfortable with. So I'm glad I took my profit where I did. Because if we're in this range, look, if we're in here, we're scalping. We know this. This is a tough environment. Look at this 30. Look at this 30 minute. This 30 minutes insane. I mean, we do see a lot of wicks pointing us to the downside, but yeah, they're holding that this 85.85. They're holding this 85.85. Okay, we got a nice wick here. We got a minute and 38 on this candle. About a minute and change. There's nothing to do inside here. There's nothing to do inside here. We need a break, a retest, and a reject, or a break, a retest, and a reject. Otherwise, there's nothing to do. Here are the possible scenarios. Again, I'll draw them one more time. Either they want to do this, or still this. If they just stay in here all day, there's nothing really to do in here. Okay, I'm gonna get up and circulate some blood real quick. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. We need to circulate, but they keep showing me they keep showing me strong candles. I'm like, okay, let me get in. Let me look now. They keep doing this to me. So we really just need to set alerts. We'll set one up here. We'll set one down here. You see what's happening in here. There's nothing to do in here. You see what's happening in here. There's nothing to do in here. We have to let them figure out this liquidity. There's plenty of liquidity in here. It may not even be today, but we need to let them figure it out. We do know that the 5 is going to be a lot of support, and 85-85 is going to be a lot of resistance. We know that. Look, no one can really trade this unless you're really quick on it. Like, you got to be really quick. You got to be quick and then hope to Jesus that the next candle doesn't engulf your stop and then continue. This is not a pleasant environment. Anyways, I'm going to circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Evil. They're doing evil. Look at this. That's okay. Not every day is a trading day. Not every day is a trading day. Apparently. Let's let this here. If you're trading inside here, this is the risky, right? You gotta scalp whatever's happening in here. They started the compression early. They had the morning volatility, compression early. And now because they're in compression, everyone's jumping on every single red or green candle. You know, we have to stick to underneath the 5 for puts. At minimum, we got to be above 85.85 at minimum for calls. We see what's happening in here, right? And let's say if it dumps from here and you can't be like, oh man, I knew I should have. You can't do that. You got to have some type of strategy, because you're always going to look back in hindsight and be like, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Always. Remember from early this morning, we had this little shadow zone drawn. That's exactly what's happening. So this is our best bet. If it dumps from here, it dumps. Your safety is going to be underneath the 5. Safety, quote unquote. And remember that they blurred the lines between these liquidity boxes. It's not clean like how it normally is. They're blurring the lines. So on a higher time, yeah, look at the higher time frame. It's completely sideways. There's nothing telling us one way or the other. Absolutely nothing. It's just engulfing candles. You know, we do see the rejection wicks, but we know there's a lot of support at the 5. So what we want to do, we want to see if there's going to be a high, lower high, then we need to get a lower high. If that doesn't happen, save your money. I think tomorrow, isn't tomorrow a major FOM, or not FOMC, or some PCE or something like that tomorrow? They may be holding it for PCE or whatever the thing is tomorrow. They got something tomorrow. CPI or one of these acronyms, I don't know. Someone called triple top. 1, 2, 3. Is that what you're calling? Row. Okay. This one right here. This 85, 85, 85 test. Rejection, rejection, rejection. Look, if you did take this blue, this is very difficult to trade in. I mean, it worked, but it's difficult. Look at the pullback on it. You'd have to survive some crazy stuff. All right, let me pay attention real quick. All right, now we're paying attention. All right, I'm gonna be quiet for a little bit. I'm still here, I'm just focusing. Okay, look, if you took this blue, you gotta chase this. You gotta chase this if you took this blue, okay? Oh wait, this should go a little bit lower. Start adjusting your stops on the break of this blue. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. You see the environment. I'm saying to adjust. Don't be greedy. That's what I'm saying. Don't be greedy. Okay. So we had one lick box to choose or the other. This should actually be a little bit lower. All right, let's see what happens. The alert went off. Let's look for a break and retest. So if you notice, this red happened exactly where the 5 is. Exactly on the 5. See this red? Exactly on the 5. So now you got to figure out your life. Now you got to figure out your life, right? The entry was on the break of blue, or you could have done the break and retest of the lick box, or you could have just held for the break of this blue up here. But we're here now. This was rough, I get it, but now we're here. Let's focus. Okay. Okay. Now look, buying a put on the bottom, I don't advise. If you didn't get in on the break of blue, now you gotta wait for the break and retest and reject. Okay? I'm gonna mark out lower day. We wait for the break, retest, and reject because we want to make sure we're not going to get caught by a stop hunt or a liquidity grab, excuse me. Because we know all the liquidity's on the 5. So now we're far below the water. Now we need to see if we're going to have a weak bull cycle. We need to see if this is going to play out now, right? So the cup didn't all the way, didn't close all the way. It needs a little bit more to close the cup. The cup closes at 82.47. Or 82.48, whatever. saw a report yesterday about a whole bunch of people buying puts in the millions. But that was yesterday, right? Today's a new day, so we don't know when they're going to put their orders in. So let's see how we do inside this like box here. Okay. See if we can get underneath, break, retest, and reject it. Back to our red line, which is back on the 5. Now we need to break, a retest, and a reject. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. Nothing's changed. We need to break the 5, retest the 5, and reject underneath the 5. Nothing's changed. This would be an ideal pattern. If it breaks and just shoots down, my bad. you took the break of this blue up here, if you took this one and you're in exit strategy 2 or 3, you need to start thinking about adjusting your stops. Exit 1 would have been on either key level or the cross, the crossing of the legs. Okay. It'd be nice if they at least closed the cup at 82.48. For the Discord, if you're waiting for put entries, we're still waiting for a break, a retest, and a reject of this area right here, right? It still hasn't happened yet. Let me clean it up to show you. So it either needs to be a break, a retest, and a reject, or a break, a retest, and a reject. It needs to happen like that. If not, we're just stuck in this liquidity box here. So the reason why I brought up, let me check. PCE. Okay. So yeah, the reason why I brought up PCE is because maybe they don't want to move it too much before they get the data. Maybe they want the data, and then I think it's going to happen an hour before market open. So maybe they're just going to hang out here, wait for the data before making serious moves. But, you know, we'll find out. Because if we do break, retest, and reject underneath the 5, that's going to give us at least some direction. So for the 5-minute chart, we want to see if we're building in magenta, breaking the blue, or for puts, or we're going to go build in the teal and then break the green for calls. On the 30-minute, we're just stuck between this little range right here. This is painful today. This is every other candle's an engulfing candle. It's very hard to find any direction. Every other one's an engulfing candle. Yeah, let's just keep with our 5-minute chart. Whatever's on this 5-minute chart, that's our best bet. So let's see if they hold on. You know, they didn't really close the cup. It'd be nice if they were to close the cup. Let's see if they want to do that. If you're in exit 2 or 3 from here, you need to figure out your life. Okay, so if they want to break green, let's see if they grab liquidity from, what is it, from the 5, and then even still, we still, all this needs to happen. It still needs to. Today's a rough day. This is not an ideal trading environment. Look at this. This is almost impossible. The only ones we really had was this one up here, or this morning, and then this one right here. Those are only like solid ones. But what we do know is they're happy inside this green. They're happy inside this green, that's for sure. We do know that. About 2.5 minutes on this candle. Everything's staying sideways. I think we're back at market open. Yeah, we are. Right back at market open. The whole day went by and the markets moved nowhere. If you didn't take any trades because we stayed inside here, good on you. Good on you. This was a rough day. This is the type of environment where you're like, oh look, I knew it was gonna be puts, and then you see this, and then you see it spike green, and you're like, oh, let me keep my mouth shut. And then you see all the wicks, you're like, wait, is it puts though? I'm not sure. This is tough. You gotta wait for it to break our liquidity. You gotta wait for it to break and retest our liquidity box. That's probably the answer. Inside here, there's nothing to do. There's nothing to do inside here. Even though we've established that very early, you see how the candles, how they fool you. They draw you in. Especially this one right here, look. Nice motion, immediate rejection. You know, granted it was inside of our lick box, but still. So even me, right? Because even though I drew this, even though I drew that, there still needs to be more. It needs to be under the 5. Right? So what I'm saying, look, ooh, I knew it was puts. Every time I see that green, I'm like, oh, well, keep your mouth shut. Just let whatever's going to happen, happen. Just let it happen. If the setup is, look, we're in green until we're not. And it's been bouncing up and down in green. The setup is underneath the 5, wait for that. Minimum, we got to break this blue, wait for that. Or we got to break this green. Not only this, but we need to fight all the way up here. Retest 85, 85. 85, 85 is going to be major level, obviously. But there's no calls until way up here. And there's no puts until somewhere underneath the 5. That's just what it is. In here, nothing to do. That's why we have it highlighted like this. All right, for a quick recap while we're all bored. I took this initial move here. Right, we got this move here. We got a good little chunk out of it. I got stopped out somewhere in this red candle right here at key level, as I suggested. I took another bite. I think it was over here. Yeah, I took another bite over here somewhere. Got stopped out for a loss on this one. Recovered over here. And then I didn't take any more. didn't take any more. This one I was talking. I was talking and charting and all that stuff, and I didn't. It just passed me, and you know, it was already too late for me. So we're still green, but you know, not. We're fine. Nothing's wrong with that. Green is green, so we're not gonna complain. Can't complain about making money. All right, so this candle right here, we're at 140 left on it. So we're seeing if this is playing out right. I'll leave it where I had it because it doesn't really matter. Same concept, right? I'm not gonna move it over just to make it look perfect. Just leave it where I had it. Because no one knows. We're coming up to the 5 again. No one knows. We'll know once we get underneath the 5. We'll know once we get above 85. That's when we'll know. Other than that, it's doing this. At 13, we're gonna see if they start to move it. Around 13. We pretty much spent all day in this 3-point range. 83 to 85, 35. Or we can say, yeah, 85, we'll say. Yeah, it's like 2.5 point range the whole day. All right, let's see what they do if above 84.16. Let's see if they want to get above that, or if they keep rejecting. See, look at the rejection right here. Rejection. Let's see if they want to get above that or they stay below. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. Let's see how they react to the dotted line. Yeah, they don't want to close below blue. They tried here, rejected back inside, and then back inside, back inside, back inside. They tried again here, back inside. They won't break this blue either. All right, look, if you took this flexion here, watch, if you took this flexion, we're coming back up to the 5, so protect your trade. We broke the blue, protect your trade. We broke the blue, protect your trade. Okay. We'll go ahead and call this one a win. Now, don't get greedy here. Okay. All right. Here we go. A little bit more. Let's go a little bit more. A little bit more. Okay. Come on. There we go. Look at the there it is. Oh my goodness. Oh goodness. All right. We did it. All right, look, there it is. There's the play. For calls, you know, we had a very specific call criteria. For the puts, it was the break of this blue, right? On this candle right here, we broke the blue. See it? We broke the blue, easy money. We broke the blue, easy money. All right, look, underneath the red, easy money. Not easy. Let me not say that. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel and the traders that appear in the broadcast and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. Once you're done reading that, go to that website, livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted. Oh my goodness. All right, now set your stops wherever you're comfortable with. If you're waiting for the break and retest, wait for that. Set your stops. Follow your strategy. Everything's fine. Just don't panic. Oh my goodness. Took a little bit, but we got there. Now follow whatever strategy. If you're at key level, right, whatever you are, whatever you feel comfortable with, this is where you employ that strategy. We don't have to worry about the entry, right? The entries, we got it down. We got it down. How much you want to take, that's on you. Okay, we had a good day. We had a good day. There we go. Absolutely beautiful. It's almost like we knew exactly what was going to happen. We knew what needed to happen for the calls, right? We had a very specific criteria for the calls. Very specific criteria for the calls. All right. Now look, if you're in here and you're scalping, fine. Wait for the break, the retest, and wait for the reject. That's fine. If you're waiting for it, then wait for it. But we had a good day. Took a little bit, but we got there. Okay. We have 2.5 on this candle, or almost 2.5. Just don't overstay your welcome, okay? Let's see if they get a second bite at the apple. Look at the money we just printed. Who doubted me? Who doubted me? Someone doubted me. You're out there doubting me. And if you joined the Discord and didn't stay, why? Why? It doesn't make sense. Look at my track record. I prove this every single day. It doesn't matter if you get it wrong once, because we know where the money is. Easy money. Easy. Exactly. Look how perfect. Right off the thing. Look how perfect. What more do you want from me? Oh my goodness. Now I'm telling you, stick to your strategy, whichever one it is, whichever one you like. If you like key level, if you want to break, whatever strategy you want. But the entry, you don't got to worry about. The entry, you don't have to worry about, right? You don't have to worry about it. The exit's what messes us up sometimes. Just the exit. All right. We survived the hard part. Now be happy with what we get because we worked hard for this, right? We worked hard for this. Now you got to look at the money we're printing. You know, look, eventually we'll take a loss. It hasn't happened yet, but eventually it's going to happen. It ain't today. It's not going to be today. I told y'all, it took a little loss up here. Well, not a loss, but no. Yeah, this trade was a loss. I didn't lose for the day because I was still green because we had this one here. But I took a little loss right here. No big deal. We know where the entries are. If we got stopped out here, now we know what needs to happen, right? It has to be like that. All right, let me focus real quick. Okay, can't lose from here. Whatever happens, happens. We're good. All right. Let me clean up the chart for you guys. My mascot was getting lonely. It's almost like we knew exactly what was going to happen. It's almost like we knew exactly what was going to happen. How much time we got? 4 minutes on this candle. Right to our key level. Look at the key level. 82.26. Perfectly on our key level. Absolutely perfectly on our key level. Ain't nobody doing this. Ain't nobody doing this. Look at this money. Look at the money we printed. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. Come on. We need a little more. We got second bite at the apple and everything. All right, we had a good day. Oh, man. Now, if you're going to hold for weak bull, you know, you need to figure out what you like. You need to figure out what you like if you're holding for weak bull. Me, I like key level. If I need to go back in, I'll go back in. All right, just let it play out now. Let it play out. Now, I understand the environment. It's tough, right? It's been taken away. Any type of movement has been taken away real quick. So you got to be real quick with it. I get it. But this was a good play right here. This is excellent play. Look at this. Right on the break of our, look, it closed right below our blue, which is highlighted with a 2, right? This has been here for a minute. It closed. Get your money. Whew. All right, now we're still in exit strategy 1, but you need to tighten it up now, okay? So if you're doing exit 1, you need to start tightening it up. You notice how it always works the same. You got to identify the pattern. Just let what needs to happen happen. You can't let 1 or 2 green candles scare you out. If you get stopped out, you get stopped out. If you need to get back in, you can get back in. But you don't have to put crazy ass stop loss. You need to let the strategy work itself out. You have to let it happen. Look at the money. Look at the money we're printing. You hear any stress in my voice? No. I'm just telling you, adjust. We're still in exit 1. We haven't left exit strategy 1, right? Hold on, wait, what? Wait a minute. Oh, okay. There it is. I like it. right, go home. There it is. There it is. Give us a little bit more. Little bit. There we go. There it is. We're still in exit strategy 1. You don't have to worry about our entries. Look at the money we just printed. Look at the money we just printed. It's almost like we knew exactly what was going to happen. It's almost like we knew exactly where the 50-50 risk was. And at the 50-50, look what happened. Still in the green, right? Still in the green. I told you, we're in green until we're not. When we break green, we know what needed to happen. All this had to happen. All of it. I just don't overstay your welcome, right? Because I have this line drawn to here, and sometimes I get lucky with that. Whew. All right. We had a good day. We had a good day. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at this right here. They know exactly where. Hey, what is this? 8220? Okay. Okay. Let's see if we get underneath 8220. All right, I'm going to start adjusting my stops, right? We got below key level. I'm going to start adjusting my stops now. I'm not going to stop myself out. I'm going to adjust. If I need to take some off the table, I'll take some off the table. And I'll let the runners run. Come on, stay underneath. There we go. There we go. There we go. I'm going to chase it just a little bit with my first set. Just to take something off the table. Just to secure something. I mean, everything else is secured because we have stop losses, but you know, we can't lose from here. So now we're just going to take our first set, put that away, and let the runners run. Either way, we can't lose. Either way, we can't lose. Beautiful day. Absolutely beautiful day. Little rough, but if we stick to the strategy, you'll be fine. You'll be fine if you stick to it. Even when it's scary. I get it. I get it. You heard me get stopped out for a loss. You heard me. It happens to me. Did I panic? No. I said, I'm going to make this money back. I'm going to get my money back. That's what I said. Because I know where the money is. I know where it is now. If this one didn't work, well, then now they just told me the answer. We just had to let it happen. Right? Look, this is a blue. Highlighted in 2. When I highlighted 2, okay. Okay. And also, don't forget, we also had this, right? We had this wedge from way earlier. We had this wedge. Don't forget, we had this. Whenever I draw this wedge, come on now. We know what that means. When I draw this wedge, we know what that means. And if you don't, you better ask somebody. Come on, keep, give me a little bit more. I've been good and patient. I even let them, I even gave some money. I donated to science over here. I even gave them a little bit. Look at this money we're printing. Look at the money we printed. Oh, wait. Okay. Why is everyone quiet? I hope you guys are focusing on your trade. Don't be super hard focused in the brokerage, right? Because the opposite, look at this. Because the opposite candle is gonna, you know, it's gonna look huge. Look at the money. Look at this. It's almost like we knew. Don't focus too hard on the brokerage. Just, you need to, you know, kind of like a hybrid between the brokerage and the chart. Because the chart's gonna tell you. The brokerage is, remember, it's gonna be exaggerated. Or it's not gonna be exactly as a chart because there's theta, there's delta, there's other things working on the price of that contract. So when you're super hyper focused on that brokerage, it's going to mess you up. Zoom out to the chart. or just follow the exit strategy, or that. How about that? Right? Because that works. That works. You don't have to get it right every single time. That's not going to happen. Even when we get it wrong, all that does is reveal the answer to us. Hold on, I'm about to get taken out for first. Okay, this is my first set. If it goes, it just took me out. All right, my first set got taken out here. I'm gonna let the runners run. All right, we had a good day. We had a great day. Man, who doubted? Someone on the internet doubted me. I know it. I know you did. Don't ever doubt me. Don't doubt me. Doubt your mama. Don't doubt me. I'm more reliable than your cousin. I'm more reliable than your uncle. I'm more reliable than all of them. You don't have to believe me. Go look at my record. Come on, let's go. Keep printing. Keep printing. I'm just gonna let it happen. I'm gonna let whatever needs to happen happen. I'm just cheerleading a little bit. But we had a good day. Look at this entry. Look at this entry. Look at this. Even if you had the worst possible entry, this is completely amazing. It's almost like we knew exactly what was gonna happen before. We knew what needed to happen, right? This right here, 8420, needed to form some type of support in order for us to go long. And I mean, minimum that needed to happen. We also needed to break the green, but look, we also needed to get way up here. The call entry, way up here. Where was the put entry? Right here on the 50-50. I'm just dragging it over sideways. It doesn't get any more precise than this. It really doesn't. This is absolute precision. And I know it looks rough. We had a rough morning. Look at it. It's very hard to do this, but we had all the wicks rejecting here. Someone else even called it triple top. We just had to we had to wait for the setup. That's all we needed to do. Everyone's quiet. Everyone's scared or what? Did anyone take the trade? I'm wondering. Or we even had this red. Look at this red. Or we had look at the break, the retest and reject. This is absolute perfection. Absolute perfection. Beautiful. If you didn't take any trades, it's fine. Don't worry. If you got chopped and you're like, you know what? Today's not the day. Good. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes we need just to reset. To reset and get and shake off the emotion. And if you are aware of yourself like that, that's good. If you're self-aware like that, that's good. You're gonna go far. Understand your tolerances. Look, over here or somewhere, wherever it was, I knew I wasn't gonna survive a week, whatever. I knew it. I took my money and got out. Because we're still in a certain region. Once I saw this, that was it. Game over. Once they gave me blue, game over. Granted, I didn't take this flexion. I waited for blue. Game over. There's only so many times you're gonna tell me exactly what I need to do before I take action. Right? Look, we had the 50-50, and then we also had the break of our blue, which is highlighted too. There's only so many things. The market's only gonna give you but so many chances. If you don't take the opportunity, that's fine. There's always another one around the corner. There's always another one right around the corner. So you don't have to FOMO into anything. And even now, I get it. I get it. Even now you're like, oh, is it too late to get in? Now you're gonna have to wait. You can't buy, you don't want to buy puts on the bottom. You gotta wait for a pullback. Or wait for a rejection of some type of key level. Okay. I'm not gonna take much more drawdown. Hold on. Okay. Okay. I needed to get, I need some motion back to the downside. I'm gonna start chasing it now with the runners because they're retesting this key level, so now I'm gonna chase it with the runners. If I get stopped, I get stopped. No big deal. Let me zoom in. Let me set it. It got me. All right, so this one got me on my runners. But here, look, this is a good trade. I went from somewhere, I got a pretty good fill on this one. Somewhere in here, yeah, somewhere way up here. And then we ran the table with this one. If it goes down from here, it goes down, right? That was the risk I was willing to take. We had a great day. We had a great day. All right, look, I'm gonna let this settle out for a bit. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. I'm gonna get up and circulate some blood. Don't overtrade. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. All right, chopping around underneath the 5. Let's see if this is going to be the break, the retest, and the reject of the 5. So if we get a weak bull cycle here, then we have some type of idea. And also, if you made money for the day, think about calling it a day. There's no reason to sit here and do this all day. We did our job. It's after 13. Now they're going to start to move. This play played out perfect. Like damn near perfect. I couldn't be. How much was I off? This is like what? 8206. I had it at 8198. This is pennies off. Pennies from this. Yeah, this is a good move right here. Okay, let me clean the chart. Oh man, still in green, right? Still in green. Remember, we're in green until we're not. Top of green for puts, bottom of green for calls. Top of green for puts, bottom of green for calls. Nothing's changed. Same pattern over and over and over. We'll know when we break green. We'll know it's done whenever this pattern stops. Oh yeah. This green saved the day. We had to understand that, you know, green was our key. The green was the key. The blue was the key. This wedge that I drew way earlier, this is the key. And look, if you're new, here's what I'm going to recommend, which it's already in the getting started channel. What I recommend is you need to paper trade for a little bit. You need to paper trade for a little bit. Build the account. It's going to take you some time. This is not a get rich quick scheme. Build the paper trade account for a little bit. I know you're going to hear day after day, look at the money we're printing and all this stuff, and it's going to get to you. If you really want to do this, build that paper trade account first, and then you move to single contracts. And then we're going to build that account. And then you're going to move to multiple contracts. It's going to get easier after that. But there's a process. It's not get rich quick. It's a process. And if you're revenge trading, if you're not waiting for the proper setups because, oh, okay, well, green candle here, let me buy calls. Red candle here, let me buy puts. That's not how it works. That's revenge trading. It's because you're upset with yourself for not following the strategy, right? That's plain and simple. That's what it is. So I have a whole leveling system. It's all written out, drawn out. How to. It's gonna take time, but it shows you how to level up your account, and it's gonna take time, right? You're gonna have to start with that paper account, single contracts on paper until it reaches a certain amount, which I have that amount already listed. Once you get there, then that's when you'll know. There's no reason to start betting on real money. First, you pay for the education, then you apply the education that you got. You don't have to worry about the entries. The entries are fine. The entries are fine. And look, even if you get it wrong once, it's very hard to be wrong twice in a row. What did I just tell you? Let's see if this is going to be the break and the retest of the 5. Right? It's always the same thing. You just gotta, you can't let the opposite candle scare you out, right? So if we're in puts, the green candle is going to scare you out. If you're in calls, the red candle is going to scare you out. You have to let whatever's going to happen. Put your stop where it needs to be and let what needs to happen. It's always going to work like that. And if you really want to take this serious, if you're really interested, hold on, let me focus real quick. if you're really interested, I highly recommend going through that leveling process. You have to level up your account. It's going to take you some time. It's going to take time. Anything worth having is worth the time. Fast money comes with slow problems. Like slowly over time, you're going to start bleeding money. You need time in the market. You need time to understand how the market breathes. You need to understand not every day is a trading day. We need time to understand we don't need to be in every leg of every single move. Wait for the setup to look good to you. You'll know, because you'll know your risk tolerance. Look, we already identified the best bet since this morning. Your best bet was going to be wait for the break, the retest, and the reject. Right? We already identified this. The break, the retest, and the reject. Did we not go through that? So if you weren't willing to wait for this and you're just gambling money, but I'm telling you what the safety is. How much more safe can this be? The break, the retest, and the reject of what? The lick box. Since early this morning. Since before the market opened. And I just said, look, let's see if we retest a 5 and reject. Right? So there's nothing more I can do. There's absolutely nothing more I can do other than print this money. Just don't be greedy, okay? There it is. Just don't be greedy. Take the money. Take the $3 holler. Whatever. We're going to build it. You don't need to swing for the fences. Look at this money. Come on now. There's nothing more I can do. There's absolutely nothing more I can do. Look at this money. Break, retest, reject of this liquidity box. I've been saying it. If you didn't wait for that, this is the education you needed. This is the education. Hold on, let me focus. This is the education you needed. You needed this experience. So now you know how to attack the next day you see like this. Or the next time you take a small loss. Where was it? Over here. The next time you take a small loss. Now you know how to attack it next time. Look at this money. Look at the money we just printed. Oh my goodness. And here's another thing. We can do it every single day. We can do this every day. It's not like today is the last day. You can only get the money now. No, you gotta stop thinking like that. Stop feeling FOMO if you hesitate on a trade. Wait for the next setup. And if you're not willing to wait, understand I'm impatient. I'm not willing to wait. That's fine. But trying to get in just because that's not gonna work. That's not going to work. And it's not going to work only because you don't have the experience to know, maybe I need to hold. Maybe I need to wait for the strategy to play out. Maybe I need to wait for the break and retest of the 5. Maybe I need to wait for the break and retest of the liquidity box that was here since this morning. Maybe I need to wait to see if we reject on the 50-50 and then the entry is clear as day. That's going to take time. This is not a get rich quick scheme. But if you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. I will get you sorted. Now remember, don't consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel and the traders that appear in the broadcast and their affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. Once you're done reading that and absorbing that, go to livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted. If this is the thing you want to do, there's a process to it. If you follow the process, I've already done all the math for you. When I'm telling you, look, okay, I took a loss. I said it out loud in front of the world, right? In front of the world, I took a loss here. No big deal. What did I say? I'm gonna get my money back. I'm gonna get my money back. And I got that and then some. We got that money and then some. I didn't over leverage. I'm telling you, I did not over leverage. I'm very cheap. If I need to get back in, I get back in. I'm cheap with it. But we can't complain about these break a blue. Can't complain about it. These are good plays. All right. Especially in the Discord. This break a blue was highlighted with a 2. So when I highlight something with the 2, it's a higher confidence level. The 1 is, we're still in here. The 2, that means something. Or, we had this. We know what that means. But we had a good day. We had a great day. Yep. What Rhino said? Like 10 minutes ago? 12 minutes ago? Listen to that. Listen to what he just said. Everybody, you know what? Look, if there's someone, whoever, I don't know who, if there's some trader that survived in, obviously day trading is different, right? We got to get in and get out. So whenever we see big pullbacks like that, swing traders is different, right? They're going to find their key level and set their stuff and then hope for the best. Day trading, we got to be in and out. We got to take our money at key level. Hopefully it goes further. Adjust your stops if it does. So if you got chopped up today, today's the day to get chopped up. Look at this. Today is the day to get chopped up. If that happened to you, that makes sense. As long as you don't over leverage, as long as you know we got to live to fight another day. And look, he followed the strategy, was able to come out with his skin intact. Just following the strategy. That's all you have to do. Or look, worst case scenario, it's not so bad, right? If you got chopped up, worst case scenario, you keep following it, you're going to mitigate some of the loss. It's not going to be so bad. We prove it every day. So, but look, today, everything was engulfing. So it was very uncomfortable. The pullbacks were very uncomfortable. The liquidity grabs were very uncomfortable. I get it. But, especially when you heard me over here saying, now let's follow the strategy. When we're over here and I'm saying follow the strategy, and damn well we weren't even close to exit 1, that means you gotta let the market breathe. We want this to happen. We want the pullback because they need to grab the liquidity to give us our money. They need to stop people out to give us our money. Now, once you get a certain level, then all right, this play is over. I done messed up, Ron. At some point, but you have to be reasonable with it. Today, difficult. I'll give you that. I got chopped up too. Everybody did. Everyone day trading most likely got, maybe. I don't know for a fact, but it's okay. We don't have to win every single day. We don't have to win every single trade. We want to win at the end of the week. We want to win the war, but that's going to take some discipline. And if you didn't take the time to do the paper trading until that account gets built, then how will you know if it's a thing that can work for you? I'm in no uncertain terms am I saying that you're gonna make money on day 1 and never look back. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that if you follow the leveling techniques for the account that I have, if you follow that, your odds are much improved. The reason why I'm saying that is because you'll have given yourself that amount of time and you're going to see the account. If the account looks right, then you know then you're ready to go to the next step. If it's not looking right, then it's either not for you or you need more time. Either one, but you get to decide. But if you're deciding too early, if you're making that decision because you're like, well, I see all these videos you post and yada, yada, yada. Now you're seeing that the red candles, the emotions get involved. The emotion gets involved. I've been through it so much. I'm kind of like numb to it now. So when I got stopped out here, okay, now I'm gonna get my money back. I'm gonna get my money back. I knew what needed to happen. And look, let's say I did take the loss and I got stopped out here and this never happened, then there's no trade, because that would have meant we're just stuck in this chop. So if it never returned back up here, then there's no trade for me. Very simple. I live to fight another day. It takes time. We're gonna get there. This is not a get rich quick scheme. But entries, we don't have to worry about it. Entries, we don't have to worry about. Even on this one, this is still, how much? Let's say you took, it would have been hard to catch it, but nothing we can do about that. It is what it is. 84.54. From 84.54 to 83.92. This is good money right here. This is great money. Especially when you got, a couple contracts under your belt, you'll be fine. That's a full work day. That's a full work day. All right, let this settle out right here. We see some wicks. All right, let me check on Thirst Quencher. What does Thirst Quencher mean? I was in the whole 2K a couple hours ago. What? Cypher, amazing, dude. Hell yeah, brother. Hold on, let me read this. I was 2K in the hole a couple hours ago. Crazy how fast it could turn around in this game. I'm ready to get back in. I want that 1,000 on the day. Thirst Quencher. Nice recovery. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, Thirst Quencher. I get it. That's amazing. I'm very happy for you, brother. Very happy for you. Yeah. And look, you're at a disadvantage because you're on the YouTube. It's hard on YouTube. When you have the 5-minute chart, it's way easier. It's just way easier. Look, we're still in this green. But, Cypher, very happy for you, brother. You stuck with it. Thank you for believing in me. I got chopped up too. No big deal. Just, you're playing with a lot of money there, though, so don't over leverage. That's the only thing I'm going to recommend. Don't over leverage. That's a lot of money you're playing with. But we can't say that. Remember this liquidity box. Remember this. We can't say that the break, the retest, and the reject didn't work. Even on this one, break, retest, reject worked. All of it worked. Everything that needed to happen happened. It just looked very ugly today. Today was ugly. Today was ugly. We had to be in and out. Take your money and get the hell out of Dodge. So if you're in exit strategy 3, you need to start figuring out your life now, okay? I'm not saying to stop out. I'm saying to adjust because it's coming up to that time. I'm not saying to stop out. I'm saying to adjust. right? We got to be reasonable. There we go. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna be off to the side. I'm gonna be quiet for a little bit. I'm actually gonna get up and circulate some blood. I'll be right back. All right, exit strategy 3, right? Just now start adjusting. We're looking for a second bite at the apple now, so start adjusting so you're not there's no reason to go red here. There's no reason to take a loss here. If you're in exit strategy 3, if you adjust, you'll be fine. There's no reason to take a loss. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. All right, chopping around right here. Yeah, the price action is super ugly. Super ugly. But what we do know is bottom of green, top of green, bottom of green, top of green, bottom of green. We see the pattern. So there's really no surprise here. For calls, we gotta, number one, we gotta break green. Calls are gonna be somewhere up here. Here's our call scenario up here. If it doesn't do this, not interested. We are not interested. If they want to bounce back, we need to see. We need to see this. And this. Something like that. So something like this would be our best bet for calls. If it doesn't do this, we're not interested. Why? Because we have to watch out for this again, right? All right, now let them form some type of support right here. In other words, right, the support here would be a break retest of what is it? Of the 5. I'm gonna get rid of this one because it was just here for the put scenario purpose, which worked out perfect. So let's see if they break, retest, and reject, which would be the break, retest, and reject. The answers are on the 5-minute chart. Okay. Remember, we're still in green until we're not. Right? You see how strong this green is. So we'll know green's done and over. Should be somewhere up here, but that's not that far. 2 points. Yeah, we need to at least break the green. Maybe even retest it and reject off of it. Until then, we're still in green until we're not. I'm going to be off to the side and be quiet for a second, but I'm here just watching what's going on. If you took this shoulder, don't overstay your welcome, okay? Start protecting your trade. If you took the break and retest of the 5, like I said, start protecting your trade. Because we're still in green, right? If we get somewhere above here, somewhere above this, let it run. But until then, you got to protect this trade because we're going counter the trend. So you don't want to fight it too much. You see what happened every other time we hit the top of green. All right, the day's getting long in the tooth, so contracts are going to start losing value. They're going to start losing value. If you're in plays, you need to figure out a proper expiration date or a proper delta. I'm here. I'm just gonna be quiet for a little bit. Give me a second. Again, if you took this shoulder, just protect your trade. Right, here's the shoulder right here. I just moved it over to the side a little bit. Look at the break, the retest. Here goes the reject. Now let's see what we got up here. Okay, 85.85 is on the green, so careful with 85.85. Still comfortably inside this magenta here. Inside magenta right here. All right, now a lot needs to happen here. A lot needs to happen if this breaks. We want to at least test 84.70 and retrace back down. notice the volatility on green. Look how evil this candle is. How many people just stop out? Evil candle. Evil wicked. Still got 2.5 minutes on this candle. So think about it. A lot needs to happen for the call scenario. And we have not that much time left in the day. So a lot of it needs to happen. We need a lot of movement. If there's a Manuel Joseph in the live stream, I sent you a direct message. See if you gotta go to the top left. You'll see something that says direct message, and you should see a message from me. All right, rejection on green. Rejection on green. Look, we don't have a lot of time, and all of this needs to happen for calls. We don't have too much time, and all of it needs to happen. Look, we're just still inside green, okay? Still inside green. You're looking at, from here, from this point here, let me clean this up. This would be an ideal scenario. Watch. So we want to see if it's going to be, oh wait. It's going to take some time to develop this. Otherwise, it's going to be rejection in green still. Got about 40 seconds on this candle. If it does break, we want it to break convincing. Like very obvious and apparent. A nice strong candle. But again, all of this needs to happen and there's not a lot of time, so. And then you see what happens up here. Look at this. Imagine, just move this over here. It's gonna get hectic. And don't forget 8585 way up here. The scourge. 8585 messed me up today. Well, not for the whole day, but it had its effect. Okay. So we're definitely in overbought territory. Overbought on the 5. Below the water on the 30. Rejection of green. Remember, we're still just in green. We need to break this green convincingly. It's not going to be 1 or 2 candles. It's going to be a nice strong candle. This one has what? We got 2.5 minutes on this one right here. Looks like they're looking at the 5. All right, here's a quick recap. I'm going to explain the setups and the callouts, okay? Make sure everyone's listening. Okay, here, I'm going to explain the setups and the callouts. So what we like to do is with our trend lines, we need, for example, let me give you an example. This morning, the call out was that we want to, this purple, on the break of this purple line right here. Keep in mind, this is early this morning. On the break of this purple line, we were gonna buy calls. Because I drew the deflection here, and the break of the purple was our entry for calls. So that was one. And then we identified the blue. So the blue, we want to build liquidity in our magenta. And then when we break our blue, we buy puts. So you could have bought a put here. You could have bought a put here or here. So this was announced. So I know it looks a little confusing, but it's always going to be the same thing. We build in one, break one. On the break is when we buy our put. So for example, we build in, let's say we built in purple and we break the green for calls. So for today, it was blue for puts, green for calls. As you can see how we have the red arrow meaning the put scenario here for puts, right? For puts. Again, right here for puts. Well, there's probably a. Excuse me, I just adjusted these, but each one of them, they all hit, they all worked. Now for calls, we need to break the green. Minimum, we need to break the green. You need to use the 5-minute chart. So we have to. Where we are now, not only do we need to break the green, we need to retest this level here. So you see we have this liquidity box, We need to get up inside this liquidity box, retest this level, and then reject off this level here inside of this liquidity box. So at this point here, because we're late in the day, we have a lot more data. Now we know what needs to happen. What needs to happen from here is, if for call scenario, by the way, if it breaks, retest and rejects, just like this. It has to look something like this. However, we already identified that all we're doing is chopping in this green. So we can see the pattern, right? You buy the in this for today, this is this example for today only, that calls on the bottom of green, puts on the top of green, calls on the bottom of green, puts on the top of green, calls on the bottom of green, puts on the top of green. Now, as the day goes on and we get more data, the more data we get, the easier it is. The easier it is because we get more data. It's difficult early. Well, a little difficult. But it can be difficult early because we don't have enough data. Now we have, we know exactly what needs to happen now, right? We see the pattern. We need the pattern to break. Until this pattern breaks, we're in green. Until we're not. Also, as a Discord member, when you get access to the charts, you're going to get access to the 5-minute chart. So you're going to see all of this, and the callouts are going to be on the actual chart, on your 5-minute chart. This 1-minute chart, that's for everybody else. This is for YouTube and TikTok and everybody else. The actual plays are on the 5-minute chart. And then also you'll see that I have this green highlighted. This is the confidence level. When I have it highlighted with a confidence level, the higher the confidence level, the more sure I am. For example, we had one. Was it this one? Yeah, this one right here. This one was a confidence level 2. You see how it's highlighted a different color? So when the price broke below and closed, right? Not only did it break, here, let me zoom in. I'm gonna zoom in a bit. So over here, rejection. Over here, it closed inside. Closed inside, closed inside. It tried, but it closed back inside. This one was the one where it broke and closed. Right? You see how it closed outside of the blue, meaning to the downside. So if the break of blue is our put scenario, that means you would buy puts on this blue. You'd have to buy puts on the break of this blue and let it ride. And then I have the exit strategies listed in the Discord. You got to go to the getting started. So the first thing you should do, if you're really interested in doing this, the first thing you need to do is you got to go into the lessons. You got to go into the lessons. It's going to look confusing here because you didn't go through the lessons yet. Once you go through the lessons, it'll be easier. Then you're going to understand what I'm saying. You're going to understand what these drawings mean. You're going to understand what a highlighted 2 means, what a highlighted blue line means. You're going to understand everything what it means. You're going to understand what these flexion points are. You're going to understand the risk. So earlier we had a little while ago, maybe 20 minutes ago, we had a flexion right here. And I said, if you took this flexion here, right? Because you see it's like a cup, meaning, so if it's going this way, this is this means that this is support. So if you see the rejection on the support, but then we also come up to this green line here, which is calls. So the risk is here because we're in the downtrend. We're in the downtrend. So if you can get something from here to here, great. However, the actual call scenario is probably up here somewhere. This is a scalp. If you're inside here, inside these lick boxes, you're scalping. You're scalping to save the day. But again, all of this information is inside the lessons. You're going to have to go through the lessons. It's going to take, they're like, 20, 30 minutes, 25, 30 minutes. I think one or two of them is 45 minutes. But if you go through those, it's going to give you a lot more insight and a lot more clarity. There we go. We also identified the pattern, right? Calls on bottom, puts on top. Calls on the bottom, puts on the top. Calls on the bottom, puts on the top. And you'll hear me say often, we're in green or whatever the color is until we're not. So for example, look, if you see this is a blue, right? This is a blue. So if you bought your put on the break of blue, then you'd be in money. Let me see if you got it. And then also, if you want to type inside the Discord in the live stream, there's a little there's a little bubble and it says open chat. So hover your mouse next to live stream and then hover, you'll see like a little text bubble or something like that, like a little chat bubble. He knows who I'm talking to. So that little chat bubble, if you want to go inside the chat and you can see what everyone's typing, because they're also giving, there's some really good traders in here. They know what I'm talking about, and they're giving some good insight into what I'm saying. But again, the break of blue is our entry for puts, right? So blue broke, you'd have to be Johnny on the spot, but this is a good money right here. Good money. Break of blue, this is our entry for puts. We just went over it, right? As soon as we went over it, it all happened. Everything happened. So if it's a little confusing now, I get it. But you're gonna have to do a little bit of, because here's the thing, I can't go through the entire, all those lessons every single day for every new person. So what I've done was I've compiled a list or a few videos. Look at this money. Look at this money we're printing. Right here, again. And then what I'm offering is 30 cents, right? 30 cents is what I'm offering. If we get more than 30 cents, great. So you'll see me measure from the break of this blue, and you're gonna say like, well, it's impossible for me to get in on this. There's nothing I can do about that. There's nothing I can do. If it's impossible to get in here, there's nothing I can do. But anyways, let me continue. So from you'll see me measure from here, 83.28 to 82.19. My question is going to be to myself, is this over 30 cents? If it is, then that's a win. Because I think that 30 cents is enough for you to take profit, adjust your stop yourself out, whatever you need to do. But I'm offering 30 cents on a play. So at a 50 delta, 30 cents, that's $15. Look at this money. Look at this money. I literally just said what the setup was, right? The build in magenta, the break of blue. This is a perfect example of what I'm saying. You see how we built in this magenta? We built up in this magenta and then we broke the blue. Bang, that's a winner. So someone knows who I'm talking to. Here, I'm gonna go back into the DM. I'm back in your DM. So if you want to respond, I'm in the DM. Or you can type in here. That's fine too. You can type in this chat. It doesn't matter. Whichever one. Okay, there you go. So perfect. You see how that worked? Look how beautiful. Look how beautiful this is. This is absolute perfection. And I'm glad we had the talk. I'm glad we got through it. Now you know. So obviously it's going to be, for the call scenario, it's going to be different, right? And it depends and the colors, they're never static. It all depends on which one's next. There you go. That's what you need to do. That's what I like to hear. Yep. Take some time. And look, this is not a get rich quick scheme. It's not. I'm telling you that right now. This is going to take time. Half the time it's going to take to understand my language. So the 88.85 earlier today, here, let me go over it. 88.85 was a nuisance for us. Right here, you see 680, excuse me, not 88.85, 85.85. That was a typo. That was a typo. I didn't write the typo, but 85.85. Let me make sure you're still paying attention. Okay. So 85.85, not 88.85. Okay, I'm talking about the SPY chart right here in front of us. This one right here. This SPY chart right here in front. So look, I'm not sure about 88.85. I'm not familiar with that. But earlier today we addressed 85.85. Here, look, let me 85.85. This is what we're talking about, and the only reason we brought it up so much is because there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tests of 85.85, and it rejected each time. So we put 85.85 as a line in the sand. So that's what that meant. That's what I believe Rhino was talking about. If he put 88.85, that was a typo. He meant 85.85. But look, we have it marked out already right here. So if we go above 85.85 and we make this support, then we want to buy calls above this. If this becomes support, meaning it needs to look like this, right? Because that means that this is now support. Let me see if you got all that. Oh, yeah, no big deal. No big deal. No biggie. We're all doing this together. We're all in it together. Earlier today, I took a small little, I lost one of the trades, and it was on 85.85. So after that, I was like, okay, 85.85 is not getting me anymore. They're not getting me anymore. But it was a good thing, right? Because it showed us where the money was. Right? We took all the data we needed, all these rejections right here. That's not a mistake, right? This is millions and millions of dollars that are testing 85.85. Millions of dollars. This is not a mistake. So once I got rejected once, you're not going to reject me again. You know, fool me. How's it go? Fool me once, tie my shoes. Fool me twice, tie your own shoes. But anyways, regardless of that, we had already identified what our put scenario was. Not only that, but look, earlier today, I also drew this wedge. Whenever you see this wedge, you're going to have to identify one. So for example, in this example, if it broke this green, but we needed to break 85.85 as well. If it broke the green, then it was going to be the call scenario. If it broke the blue, then it was going to be the put scenario. So whenever you see this wedge, you got to pay attention to that. Or this squiggly. Yeah, this making the wedge. By the way, squiggly, that's a technical term. Now, I know I don't speak like a lot of other day traders or traders, period. I know my language is a little bit different, a little bit off. So when you go through, but here's the thing, my record's solid. My record is solid. The language is off. So, but when you go through those lessons, and then also the repetition, right? It's going to take time and repetition. This is not a get rich quick scheme. It's going to take getting used to. And a lot of it is just the emotional part. A lot of it's just the emotional part, but I couldn't have written it any better. I couldn't have written this any better how we were just talking about the build in the magenta, the blue broke, bang. I couldn't have written it any better. This is absolute perfection. And I'm glad you're here to see it, because now you know it's true. Now you know it's true. The evidence is right here. And it's not for everybody. This isn't for everyone. Some people think that candles are just going to do, there's going to be like one candle here, and it's never going to retrace back into each other. They think it's just going to be, you know, straight, solid, cascading on top of each other. That's not a thing. We gotta be prepared for when they, you know, do the pullback like this to try to stop you and then continue. But we have our criteria, and the criteria, we have our entry and exit lesson, which is towards the end. It's lesson 7 or 8. When you get to that lesson, then that'll go over the entries and exits. If you're new, I recommend you paper trade for a little bit. You got to get used to the system. You got to get used to the strategy. You got to get used to the way I speak, to my drawings, what they mean. That's going to take time. But if you watch any of the videos, you'll see. I'm not even talking about the lessons. I'm talking about the videos that I upload daily, or even the live stream. You'll see the pattern. You'll see that it works. Even when I got chopped up here earlier today, didn't bother me one bit. Didn't bother me one bit, because I knew I was going to make this money. I already knew it. I already knew it. There wasn't even a question. I said out loud, I'm going to get my money back. And boy, did we. Boy, did we. So on this play right here, we're still in exit strategy 1. from this, what do you call it? From the break of this blue, we're still in exit strategy 1. If you don't know what exit strategy 1 is, you got to go through the lessons. You got to be able to survive this sort of stuff, because we know that usually the stock market just doesn't want to touch a level and turn around. There's usually a second bite at the apple, especially on the 1-minute chart. The 5-minute chart's not going to give you that data, but what it's going to do is help you to hold your trades longer, because it's going to be less aggressive. You see how clean this is up here? Look how clean this is compared to, look at this. Look how ugly this is. This is difficult. The only thing that helped us was this magenta. So this magenta is a thing, right? You know, when we break the magenta, you need to start thinking, do you want to take your profit here? Did we reach a key level? This is all discussed in the lessons. You're going to have to go through the lessons. Now, because you were very respectful, that's why I went through and gave you a little insight into it, because you're very respectful and I liked your demeanor. So yeah, I don't mind doing that, to going through it again. But that doesn't mean that everyone else, right? Just because you're nice, I can't always go through all the lessons. That can't happen. Okay, but anyways, here we are. We're let this settle out a bit. This was a good play right here. This was an excellent play. You know, I couldn't have written this any better. Even if I had a bald eagle quill and Indian ink with, oh, I can't even say that anymore. With ink and papyrus and if I knew calligraphy, I couldn't have written it any prettier. That was absolutely perfect. How we just talked about it and how it happened in real life. Love it. Love it. But it just goes to show you, I'm legit. It's all real. It's all real. And it's going to take you time. Just like it took me. And also, you know, recently we've added in, I think, yeah, the liquidity boxes are in the lessons too. I recently added these in because they just work. So we can identify if we're staying in this lick box based on if it rejects, right? See how it rejected exactly? Well, we already knew it was going to do that. We kind of knew it. We already knew. If I'm being honest, we already knew. Because I told you that the call scenario had to be up here. It has to do this. If it doesn't do this, we're not interested. And look, we only got a little bit of time. So it needs to do a lot before this happens. So another thing we need to take into account is how much runway do we have? Do we have enough time in the day for the plays that you're trying to play out? Do you have the proper? All this is covered in the lessons. And if you have then I recommend, you don't have to, but if you want to be a nerd about it, take notes on the things you don't quite have clarity on, that you don't have. Take notes and then ask me the question. But as far as, I mean, I can't do any better than what I'm doing right here. We knew what needed to happen. If this was going to be a thing, I already drew it out. But you'll see, it takes time. It takes time. And I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're able to experience that. I'm glad you asked a question, that you didn't sit there in the background confused and just leave. At least you gave yourself that opportunity. And if you decide at the end of the day that it's too complicated, not for you, fine. But at least you gave yourself the opportunity. I mean, obviously it worked because it literally happened in front of your face, but it may be a little too confusing, or it may be a little too convoluted. I get that. I get it. And I'm telling everyone right now, this takes time. And yeah, while you're learning, you're gonna have to spend a little bit. If you can make some on the back end, great. But otherwise, while you're learning, that's the cost of education. I don't know if I'm a little older, but there's a saying that says, it costs to be the boss. It costs to be the boss. There's a reason why they say that. There's always look at this. There's always some price to pay. And if 150 is too much, then it ain't for you. Boss level status ain't for you. Keep being worker bee. Some people like being worker bee. I like working on my own stuff. I built a whole gunsmith shop for absolutely no reason. Just to do it. I like to work on my own stuff. And then today I'm gonna put together some stuff for the truck. If they mail it. They only mailed me one half of the thing. They mailed me the thing I literally don't need. The add-on extra part that I bought, they sent me that and left out the major part. I'm like, okay, what's going on here? Yeah, I'm just talking because what's happening is happening. We're late in the day. You got an hour and change left. You need to start thinking about how you want to manage these contracts. You need to start thinking about how you want to manage your contracts. Even on this put, right? Even on this put, we're getting late in the day. So start adjusting your stops. I'm going to be off to the side real quick. Give me 1 minute. I'm just going to circulate some blood. I'm here. Okay, now I'm going to take my break for real. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. One more thing I want to tell the new members. This is an individual journey you're on. Everyone's results are going to be different. So when you see people in the Discord and they're saying, look how much money I made, or you know, they put the mascot on, the money face, the green face or whatever, don't let that take you off your journey. And at this point, your journey should be getting in the books, learning, you know, going through the lessons, things of this nature. That should be the journey at this point. You're paper trading until that paper trade account reaches a certain level. Then you'll know you're ready. Once that paper trade account reaches a certain level, then you'll know you're ready. Until then, everyone else is, you know, they're happy to make the money. I get it. But don't let them take you off your journey. It's individual, because everyone has different risk tolerance. And there's some people in here that can hold until the cows come home. There's some people here that get in and get out instantly. It's all individual. So stick on the path. I've already laid out the whole entire framework to how to make money consistently. And if you want consistent money, that's going to take time. That's going to take time. Now, me personally, I think it's worth it. I think it's worth the time. You know, it's going to be a lot faster for you all than it was for me, because I had to learn it the hard way. I had to learn it through sniffing farts and couch pillows. I had to learn it the hard way. It should be a little bit faster for you, but you'll see the patterns. You'll see the patterns over and over. The same thing will happen again and again and again. And then you'll come up with your own trading style, your own trading technique. All right, let's see what we got here. Let's see where VWAP's at. We haven't checked on VWAP in a minute. Now we got VWAP on top of this secondary liquidity green. We see a rejection on VWAP right here, which was green. So we actually didn't need the VWAP, but I don't know, I guess we like to see it sometimes. All right, let's see what they want to do on this green right here. Look at the 5. So look, nothing's changed, right? It's still the same. Nothing's changed. I'm just gonna slide this over. All this needs to happen. Nothing's changed. Now we're gonna see if they finally want to break out of green, which would probably coincide with a break and retest of VWAP. But for this big momentum candle just to switch around like that, that's kind of crazy right there. I would consider this a momentum candle. And boy, would I be wrong. Liquidity grab candle. Grab liquidity from this blue here. But look, we still have our criteria. If you're jumping in early, that's on you. If you're in here jumping in, that's on you. All this needs to happen for the call scenario, for some semblance of quote unquote safety. So if you're looking for an entry on calls, your best bet would be to look for a break and a retest of this level right here, of this liquidity box right here. If you're looking for calls, a break, retest, and a reject of this liquidity box. We at least need to be inside here. Minimum we need to be in here. Until then, we're in green until we're not. Now normally I don't really display the 5 too much, but because there's a few newbies in here, we're gonna go ahead and use the 5 for a little bit. So YouTube and TikTok and all, you guys get the benefit of it. So look, for our call scenario, it has to be like this. For the put scenario, well, you know, we're late in the day, number one. We're halfway in the middle of this lick box. Any puts, you know, number one, we gotta have strong movement, and then we want to look for this right here. I'm just gonna extend this lick box over. We're in green until we're not. Today's been extremely volatile. Look at this. Today's been very, very, very volatile. We have to get in and get out. If you got chopped up, it makes sense. Today's the day that people get chopped up. That makes sense. So don't think, oh man, this isn't for me, or whatever doom and gloom you have in your mind, because look what happened yesterday. Yesterday was easy, right? Yesterday was easy. Yesterday was easy. Today, look at this. Not so much. Not every day is built the same. I didn't see any hummingbirds today, but I didn't see any. It's raining out there. Ugly weather. No hummingbirds. The only reason I brought it up is because there's so many. I was like, what the hell's going on? It looked like, you know, one of those movies where the birds start attacking your window. And you're like, oh no, something bad's probably gonna happen. All the birds are out attacking. It was a lot of hummingbirds outside. Right in my backyard, like they could fly in my house at any minute. Which I wouldn't mind. Oh no, but then they'd probably get stuck and start panicking. Start running into stuff. One bird ran into my window yesterday. Ran right into my window. I thought someone threw something against the glass, and I looked outside and it was just the bird flying away. I don't know if it was a hummingbird, but it was a bird flying away. Probably wasn't, because it was a little bit bigger than I thought. But look, we're in green until we're not. They like green today. They like the green. This is what we got. So we identified what the call entry would look like. None of that has happened yet. We have to allow it to happen. We can't let the one candle or the two candles tell us how to trade. There has to be a setup. It has to be, the whole thing has to happen. Otherwise, we're just throwing our money at vibes, hopes and dreams. It can't be like that. We have to have some type of structure. And if it doesn't play out, then it doesn't play out. But throwing money just on candles, that's not a thing. We can't do that. You know, the downtrend's pretty strong, so it's going to take a lot to break it. and especially late in the day like this. About 50 minutes left. 50 minutes left, and look at the price action. It's tough. Look at yesterday. Look at yesterday. Oh my goodness. And then we went through compression. As soon as compression was done, easy. It got easy after that. And then today, right? Look at today. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This in here alone was very frustrating. Very frustrating. Because then it would break, and then you try to, get something more out of it, and then it would immediately come back to an uncomfortable amount of drawdown. That's what it is. The drawdown was so uncomfortable that even though it was continuing, just the drawdown was crazy. And they're just hovering on the 5. They're just hanging out on the 5. They don't want to let it go. Now look, we're late in the day, yada, yada, yada. The 5's right here, key level's right here. Just because there's a blue here doesn't mean it's going to hit like how this one just went straight crazy on this one. We gotta consider the factors. There's more, there's factors, right? We want more than one thing to tell us to take a trade. It has to be more than one thing. We want confluence. We're going to find some security with some confluence. If there's no confluence, if it's just like, well, it broke, it can't be like that. Well, it broke. You said when it breaks. Sure. Okay. But, but we're day trading, right? We got to be dynamic. As long as you don't over leverage yourself, you'll be fine. Because the home runs, they're going to come. The home runs will come. Yesterday, we knocked it out of the park. We knocked it out of the park yesterday. We knocked it out of our park into someone else's park. Anyways, I'm going to be here. I'm going to be quiet. I'm just in the background. I'm going to let this run. I'll be quiet in the background. Whenever... I'll put an alert on this green right here. I'm going to put an alert on this key level right here. Really inside here, there's nothing to do. We're late in the day. The contracts are losing value every minute that goes by. Every minute, even the winning ones. Even, let's say you bought a put up here and you're down here now. Even though you're winning, I bet you broke even, or maybe even negative, because the theta's really kicking in right now. Unless you have the proper delta or the proper expiration, which I go through all of that in the lessons. And if you need a little extra, like let's say if I'm on the live stream and I'm going through and I'm teaching or I'm charting and stuff like that, there's people in the Discord that they're very good with understanding what I mean. They're very good at understanding what I mean, and they'll explain it to you. But don't be afraid to ask. I'm glad you weren't afraid to ask. Very important. You're spending good hard-earned money. The least you can do is get the most out of it, and that's what I'm here for. And if I don't answer you right away, send me a DM. I'm gonna respond. If I don't answer you in a timely manner, there's the Trader OGs. They're gonna help you. They know. So I'm gonna step off to the side. I'm gonna let this play out, and we'll see what happens towards the end of the day. But I'm gonna be checking in every now and again. I'll be right back. All right, I hope we're not still trading. This is a very tough environment. Every other candle's an engulfing candle. There's no real direction here other than we're in green. Buy calls on the bottom, buy puts on the top. It's the only advice I got. It's been the pattern all damn day. But we're here. I'm going to finish out the session. Might as well. We only got, what, 30, 45 minutes left anyway. I'll be here. I'm being quiet. I'm off in the background. If you got anything, send me a question or whatever. Hopes and dreams are long dead. Man, it's really hugging on this 5. It just does not want to leave this 5. Okay, see what we got. The 20 just went sideways all day. Got really low volume. We got like 30 minutes left. All right, you ready for the shitty joke? Here it is. Looks like today was a green day. Get it? Green. I'll be here all week. Go home, you're drunk. Yeah, today was a green day. Oh man, this is what we got. Like we keep thinking like, oh, okay, it broke to 5 now, it wants to dump. We keep thinking that. When we're just still in this like box right here. Still in it. This day was unkind. You know, we saw the wicks here, but inside these candles was vicious. Inside of each one of these candles, vicious. Looks like volume's increasing on the 30-minute. Not by a lot, but increasing somewhat. Well, we're in the hour of power. The 1 hour to end all other hours. All right, so it looks like this alert might go off right here. What? Didn't set off my alert. Why? Wonder why I didn't set off my alert. I know I just put one here. Okay, alert triggered. Let's see if it gets to VWAP and then breaks and retest VWAP. Late in the day. Nothing's changed. Still the same thing. I'm just gonna redraw it. Same thing. Nothing's changed. All right, we got 27 seconds on this candle. Okay. It's 5 minutes on this candle. We gotta see where this one closes. This one closed still inside. We gotta see where this one closes now. Alright, it's got some strength behind it. The volume picking up right here. Four minutes on the candle. All right, back inside green. What do we got? 3 minutes on the candle. Back to gosh darn the 5. 2 minutes on the candle. Yeah, they don't want to leave the 5. They're hugging the 5. It's going to be the last 10 minutes. Last 10-minute move. Still comfortable inside green. We see a lot of rejection wicks to the upside. Reject. All of them pretty much. It's 30 cents. Just don't overstay your welcome, okay? We're late in the day. Take whatever you can get. Not even quite, because it closed kind of up here. I mean, from the break of green to here, it's 30 cents. Late in the day. Just figure out your life, because we don't have time for this. Take what you can get. Okay? All right, let's see what they do on VWAP. Volume coming in. Okay. All right. This is a win. Late day win. You better protect this trade. Here, let me clean up the chart. Protect the trade. In about 2 minutes, it's about to go. You know what happens in 2 minutes. In about 1 minute. It's going to be that last 10 minutes. And you know, the last 10 minutes, what they do. Ten seconds on this candle. Chase it. Start chasing this. All right, 50. Let's see what they got. To VWAP, right? From green to VWAP. We already knew that. Now we got to see what's going to happen here. If you're in the play, you got to figure out your life. You only got 10 minutes. If you're zero DTE, you need to figure out your life. You need to close out this trade or something because you only got 9 minutes left. All right, there's your second bite of the apple on calls. You need to adjust your stop. You need to adjust your stop on these calls. Second bite of the apple. You're not going to get any more chances, so figure out your life. There it is. Okay. So look, on the break of green, there's the money. There's the money. There it is. Five minutes left. Okay, let's see. We got 1 minute left. Break of green, right? The break of green was the entry for calls. Or you could have waited for this. Let's see how much they're going to push it up. Other last 1 second. Okay. Pretty good trading day. Not bad. Can't complain. We got our last minute drive. Look at this. Look at this right here. Perfect. On the break of the green, right? So look, we're in green until we're not. We got out of green here. We closed above the green here. Or excuse me, let me do it. Right here. This is where we closed above green. So from green, this is a full point. A little bit more than a full point. Okay, good session. Okay, this has been my time. Let me read off the disclaimer. Do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. Once you're done reading that, go to livespytrading.com. I get you sorted out. This was a good trade here. This was a good trade right here. The last few minutes. Kind of an easy trade. A little bit hectic around VWAP, but we expected that. So, if you're interested in learning or trading with us, go to that website down below. YouTube, TikTok, Discord, all the. Oh wait, I'm gonna hang on Discord for a second, but all the rest. It's been a pleasure.